Hi. Apologies for the slightly longer intro of nothing. For those of you watching live, it turns out that when you do automatic ads, the automatic ads do not start when the stream starts. It starts a few minutes in, probably because it wants to wait until people are here before showing you ads. So I let it wait, and I realized, hey, why isn't an ad showing? It's going to be several more minutes? Oh, no. And then I just ran one manually myself to skip over it, so we could just proceed to the good part, which is not having ads for an hour. So with that little bit of bureaucracy out of the way, welcome back. We are now looking at, you'll never believe it, the top side of the barrels. Incredible, incredible stuff. Anyway, let's get these back out of the way. Correct tools and axe. I don't know if I have an axe. I have an axe. When I said I don't know if I have an axe, I meant the lumber axe, not this axe. This axe is just the axe that I have. Hello, Lark. Hello, Thega! Look at all you here. Prompt and on time, I say as if I wasn't a half hour late. I had to use some of the stock barrels over here because I ran out of space, so now I gotta put them back. And I don't remember what order they were in, so I'll just put them back in any order. This seems at least mostly right. What do you mean? Why is it that you keep having these problems? It's right there. Just redeem it. I see it. It's there. Just I proved it works. It worked last stream. Is it only when playing Greg Tech that it breaks? I was gonna do like an intro. I did add a first system. It's how you load Excels now. Ah, great. I get like Discord messages of technical problems happening over the place. Okay, it's not there, but I look, and it's there. I see it clearly. There's an Excel second. So this might be a you problem, Thega. Condolences, but also I can't help you. Have you tried closing it and opening it again? Ah, okay. Can't go up that way. Should know these things. I designed the dang factory. So, with technology thoroughly blamed on Thega's chronic technical problems, let's proceed to the actual plot. As you can see, I did indeed wait in between streams for approximately 2-ish, 3-ish hours, and we got the can fall. What the heck? Okay. I see it. It's right there. What? Why? Why is this happening? Why? It worked. It worked. It worked. Okay, I look at it. It says second is active. It costs 1. Everything is fine. This is absurd. Because it shows. Look, fine. If it's not working for you, maybe it'll work for me. I'm going to redeem it. Something went... Okay. Okay, maybe we do have a problem. Here, how about we just skip over to 7th and just pretend that's... No, let's go. Let's do this proper. We got to give it 2nd. All right. You know, I was really hoping that the new system would be better and more reliable than the old system, but this is annoying. Well, regardless. I'll just sort of prod it every once in a while. Meanwhile, what's important is that we've got Canthal. We have the 16, we got basically 2.5 stacks, and according to my math, that should be enough to get the full and complete one of these machines upgraded. And now's the part where we got to choose. So what we choosing? On one side, we have literal technology advancement. The ability to do Canthal will allow us the ability to make solar-grade ingots. This is compelling and interesting to me because better technology is available. It also makes the use of the EBF slightly more cost-effective. The parallelization is better for the old recipes like steel and aluminum, which might be to our interest. On the other side, we have our need for good power production in the pyrolyse oven. The ideal scenario is that we just, do both of them. Unfortunately, we don't have the chrome for that. We're out of chrome. Let's run the math on exactly how many we would need. The total amount of coils we would need is 16 for this, and then an additional 9 for this. So we need exactly 25 coils. I remember from math, and I will check here for visual aid, but I do remember, trust me, that to make one coil, we need 8 2x Canthal cable wire, which is 1 ingot each. This means that for one coil, we need 8 Canthal ingots. So, the basic math here is going to be 8 times 25. And that is exactly 200. Now, we already have... Let's just make the math easier. $154. We need 46 more. And in terms of chrome required, we need 16 more chrome. So where are we going to get that chrome? The answer would be rubies, of which we have 1. The second source would be redstone, of which we have several stacks of. The problem is that every redstone, 10 redstone makes 1 ruby, and 6 rubies make 1 chrome. So we'd only get basically 6 chrome from all of this redstone. And that's not good. So I think, as much as I really don't want to, we need to go on a ruby mining expedition. Probably to the far north, in hopes of finding the ruby. I think this is already set up for that. No, it's sapphire, because we went to the place, yeah. Well, we got this chipped ruby. Probably works. Alternatively, we can use redstone. Right, we're on top of a redstone vein. Does not surprise me. But yeah, I think the objective now is going to be do a mining expedition. Also, keep extracting more glowstone. What the heck is going on? Excels has betrayed me. Interestingly, it's always the second and the fourth. Oh, he already redeemed fourth. Never mind, let's start with fifth. Sorry, I thought I heard something. That was like a zombie. How bad? Okay, the inventory situation is pretty bad. Let's just stop what we're doing and put everything in a rational, logical container for it. Stop the ore finder. Let's get all these ingots out. Put them away. We're almost done with the glowstone, but we will have to wait till we come back. Is glowstone anything elementally? No. So we can just put it in here. Good. As for other pieces of technical stuff, we've got a large amount of fluid containers. The advanced machines I'm going to keep physically present down here, so just place that down temporarily, and we keep going. Okay, there. We should be clear to go now. I guess the new version of Excel still needs new testing. But at least everything past the loading should be normal. Oh, missed some. Let's see. Take all this out. Oh, nope. Put the tanks in, the cells in, the tank. The battery's kind of like a power tank, but that should go in the box upstairs. Circuits, motors. These are all ingredients for recipes. We know that the bag is empty now. Put the planks in the plank box. Hold steady with everything else, and we can begin our mining expedition to who the heck knows where. Boop, boop. Da-da-da. Guess we don't need barrels with us. That away. Put our hazmat suit away. Glasses as well. If we're outside the factory, it's not a good idea to bring this with us because it would just get damaged and we'd have to make it again. Using all of the orange wool I don't have. Yeah, some basic protection. This last bit of bar away. We want to keep some of our tools on us. Mechanical tools we can put away. I'm definitely keeping the wrench because we use that far too often. And as for weapons, we still have our tempered blade. I don't expect much conflict. I remembered what we need to bring. We need to bring some darn torches. It's always the step I forget. Okay, take a whole bunch of junk out of here. Put it in there. Take a stack back out. Turn it into plank. Turn those plank into stick. Turn those stick into torch. I'll take another stack of charcoal just in case. Great, we should be good now for our expedition. We already have a decent supply of food. Yes, we do. This is for a bit more sidereal food, but maybe I'll just take a light beef jerky snack with us. And we sleep, put away the hammer and crowbar that I just realized is in my inventory, and we shall be good to go. We are good to go. Maybe I should use the hang glider for better tactics. Okay. Ready the ore finder for redstone. That is the thing we need. I'm going to try and tactically go up the hill and try and glide, even though it's a very shallow... Maybe I should make a launch tower of some kind. Maybe just go upstairs. We're kind of on the bottom of a hill, though, so we're pretty restricted on what directions we can go out. And what directions we can come back in from. At the very least, we got, like, trees and stuff I can climb onto. And this should be good. My plan is to go towards the redstone vein. I know that the journey map was not cooperating that well last time. So I'm hoping things will just arbitrarily be better now. That's a pretty good distance. Look at that, we're already like halfway there. Maybe this would be a good use of like a horse network system. Oh, let's turn on this so we know when we're in unexplored territory and then get to learning where all the good stone is. I'm worried about going to this redstone vein in particular because this one we've mined heavily already. It has been the source of redstone for us for an extended period of time. Is there anything left of it? Probably some bit. And this is a very good jumping off point. Alright, head left. It seems like the sinusoidal waviness of the paraglider is just innate. Sometimes we get extra distance, sometimes we don't. It averages out. Okay, so as before, it's detecting it, but it won't add it to the map, which is weird. Oh, there's the rubies. Actually, I guess because we explicitly came here for redstone last time, the rubies might be relatively untouched. More for us now, then. And we were working on some pretty strict inventory restrictions at the time. So this should be easier by comparison. And there's no harm in getting more redstone ore while we're here. Redstone's useful. It's the cinnabar that I'm less enthusiastic for. There's probably a use for cinnabar. No, it's just mercury and sulfur. A source of sulfur I'm fine with. It's the mercury that I feel great amounts of hesitation about. So we had about a stack and a half of ruby ore back at home. So we know that is sufficient. We also know that the ruby ratio is 6 to 1 in terms of chrome, and we know we need about 16 of it. Sorry, I had to check because I didn't remember my math from earlier. I didn't have to redo the math, I had to remember what the math was. Like, what were the numbers I was dividing together? What was the quotient? Things of that nature. Which means if we have, well, 48 ruby, we have enough ruby. We have enough ruby now. But why not get some more? More ruby means more chrome in the future, and even outside of the cancel we need right now, we need a lot of chrome for stainless steel. Granted, I don't think... Actually, where are the... Can you get chrome from the other gemstones? Can we get it from sapphire? Let's check. No, sapphire is aluminum and oxygen. It is only ruby that is chrome, aluminum, and oxygen. It's that chrome aspect that makes it special. Fascinating. What the heck? gt.blockors.0.name. I don't know what it gave us, but it did. Or it gave us nothing. Equally possible. Inventory's looking pretty good. I think I just thought of a new meta for mining. What if when we go mining, we bring a barrel with us to just put all of our cobblestone in while we're mining? Like, we mine up, our cobblestone's full, and instead of dumping it on the ground where we might accidentally pick it back up, we just put it in the barrel. And then leave the barrel here when we're done. In fact, the barrel could be a marker to indicate to ourselves that, yeah, we've pretty much depleted this location. I'm gonna swap from redstone ore finder to the chipped ruby I brought, because we're here for ruby. Oh, okay, there's more ruby this way. Oh yeah, there's plenty of ruby here. I hear water. A lot of pings of ruby on the map. Hey, look, it's a rock hive. Oh, inventory might be full. Yep. Well, may as well use the backpack for this. Anything that we have a full stack of can go in here. The impure piles and crushed piles can go in there, as well as the incidental bits of other stuff. The cobblestone. We're not using all the torches that fast. We put the reserve in there. Wrench can go in there. Plunger I forgot to leave behind, and everything else is fine. Why keep around the paraglider? What if we fall into a cave and I need to do a paraglider clutch? What then? What then? See, look, there's the cave. Paraglider clutch inbound. I did it. Ooh, Mystic Cave. An advanced variant of cave. Oh yeah, here's the ruby. Still more? In terms of geography, I think we're leaving the main chunk. There could be more chunks around. Maybe it's back the way we came, but lower? I guess to a certain extent, yes. Oh, oh. Okay, there's definitely stuff this way. There it is. Alright. Starting to get to the point of reduced rate. Been walking around here for a bit, and it seems like we're running out. Oh, never mind! We hit a new vein! This is genuine magnetite ore. Oh. Looks like this redstone vein is mixing with the gold vein next door. Now, magnetite is iron, and gold is gold. Vanadium magnetite is just vanadium, pretty much. And although I don't have a use for it yet, there's probably one. I can't imagine there being any material in this mod pack that is completely, unavoidably, objectively useless. I feel like everything's been added with the potential of leading to something. Even the ones I've badmouthed so far, like Cinnabar and the like, have a function. I just don't consider its function to be something I prioritize right now. It's a full and proper ruby. I'm not going to stay down here much longer, mostly out of a desire to go do the other cool things today. Mining has its moments, but I'm here for the technology. Aha. The amount we're seeing is certainly decreasing. I have an idea. I do care about just the completion of the journey map to the best of my ability, even if this redstone vein, of all things, is broken. We can at least get a good view of the surroundings. Silver. A sliver of silver. Alright, let's head back. Let's reconstruct our staircase. How did this go? Down. Doot. That. Here. Here? Not bad intuition, self. Maybe it's a terrible idea to go back onto the surface at almost exactly midnight, which is why I'm going to sleep in this little corridor I've discovered. Get ready for a fight, though. Hello? Oh. We got some infernal enemies. I'm going to perform a peaceful escape. My choice of escape vector is designed... Oh! There we go. Sorry, I wanted to swap out the Orefinder wand for... Hey! Look who it is. Slime Land. I'm going to do a little bit of a non-direct path back, because I want to explore and hopefully find more redstone veins. One that's closer, maybe. One that's not... How the heck are you supposed to hide in broad daylight when broad daylight makes you burst into flames, buddy? Go back to ninja school. Also get some sunscreen. Put that in your black egg and throw it at an opponent. Oh, you're healing, so... this might be sustainable for you. Yep. You are an undying skeleton of some kind who has just died because your name is a description of the fact you can regenerate, not that you're literally indestructible. Oh, are you gonna... Yeah, I don't know the art well enough for you to talk to me. But there is a chest inside your house that I will ransack, despite you probably not wanting me to. Hello. You know what? You can keep it. In fact, have an ink sac. You can probably use it to write a cool tome. Do you think there's like a perfect amount of wealth where famous thief Robin Hood would just completely ignore you? Do you think the amount that he helps or takes is proportional to a particular level of wealth? If you're like 2 pieces of gold short of that, he gives you like a piece of gold, and if you got like 2 extra pieces of gold over that, he just takes that and leaves the rest of it alone. There we are. But a little bit more creative prospecting work. But I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fly vaguely over here, look for redstone by just paragliding over reality, and then circle back home after that. I should be looking for redstone ore specifically because there's more redstone ore in a vein, and therefore it is more likely that I will find some just casually flying. Like, the radius for detection is bigger because there's more redstone around. Just want to make sure that we never have a crisis of supply. Ooh, updraft. Snowy land. All right, let's get to the top of this big hill and then fly a big old distance. I wonder why that particular redstone vein doesn't detect. Is it all redstone veins? Is it redstone veins only? And if that's the case, why is the one at the house work fine? If it were near the origin, I would suspect that that could have a problem. I remember that being an issue for earlier versions of this mod pack, but that's just a random block of redstone in who knows where. And we've proven we can find new veins, period. Above the clouds. This is nice. I suppose redstone veins are not common. Possibly even rare. Ooh. Red desert. Okay, we're starting to run out of altitude. Let's start heading towards the nearest mountain. Now that's the nearest mountain. Wait, I think I remember something about this. A good source of silicon, something from clay, electrolyzing clay. And the best way to get a lot of clay is stained clay. What was the recipe? Assembler, we macerate it into clay dust, and the clay dust can be electrolyzed at medium voltage to give sodium, lithium, alumina, silicon dioxide, and water. I don't know if we have a need for a source of water, considering we're about to solve water once and for all. Water has uses, and I guess a bulk supply wouldn't be bad. But I guess the big thing is that just mass collecting clay gives lithium and sodium and also silicon and alumina. So let's do a little bit of a detour to carve out the edge of this mountain. Take all this, and it's 1-to-1, right? Yes. So 16 of this stuff will give us 1 lithium, which is the metric I'm going off of right now. I remember that in Season 1, we lived right next to... We were basically in a Badlands type of mesa-y type thing. So stained clay like this was very easy to come by. It was practically just part of the natural environment. So that influenced a lot of our production for lithium and sodium and stuff. But now, it's not a given. So we've explored alternate solutions. But not anymore, thanks to the all-new and very easy to collect stained clay here. We'll just get a few stacks of this, bring it back home, and call that a decent supply. If anything, it gives us lithium, and I'm happy to have lithium again because of how much I squandered earlier. Truly, though, if we're rigorous with our system, battery buffers, and batteries in general, sodium should be fine, and we have plenty of sodium. One could argue the amount of sodium we have is too much. Great. Let's top off our hunger with a good old sandwich or two. Get back on top of this mountain and fly some distance in our quest to find more redstone. If we fail, I worry. If we can't find more redstone veins, preferably one closer to the dang base. Where are we? Oh, we are genuinely south. If we head straight east, we'll head to the meteor. Before we do that, let's sleep. I'll wait the 5 seconds. There, good. Objective complete. Begin launch sequence. Oh, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. There's treasure to be ransacked. Ooh. Hello, ore node. What we got in here? Free silver cosmic meatball. Greater power catalyst. Red garnet. Yellow garnet. Let's just sort this real quick. 4 silver, 3 somnium, some emerald, some copper, magnetic iron. Now, is that just to say that it's been polarized, or that this is a... Yes, this is simply polarized iron. Open the backpack, get all the stained stuff in there. Other things as well. We'll take the gems. They got gem uses. If we're lucky, we can laser engrave them together and make better ones if we care. I know red garnet was talked about as an alternate source of something. Copper ingot, cosmic meatballs, magnetic iron, used in alchemy. And music disc 11. Thank you. I will take the chest to mark that we've been here, so my future self will not be confused. There's a house down there. I assume it's just another covenist. So, onwards. Really getting pessimistic about the redstone supply. Nothing. Nothing for miles. Okay, nothing for about 1 kilometer in any direction. Here's the meteor. Copper veins. Is there a correlation? I've always wondered if there's a correlation between the ore veins we find and the ore veins there are. Because look, there's a redstone vein here and gold nearby. Up here, there's a redstone vein here and gold nearby. So what if we go over here? Just briefly. Even on flat terrain, this is a pretty good distance extender. It converts a bout of walking or sprinting into a bout of jumping once. We don't got the technology for proper Elytra technology, so we have Elytra at home. Complete and utter failure. There is no redstone here. There is perhaps no redstone anywhere. I'm greatly saddened by this. Actually, I think this... No. This version... I don't know if this version predates the Elytra or not. I suspect that it does. I know they added the end in version 1.0. But I don't remember when they added the Elytra and end cities and stuff. Oh, I'm back. Redstoneless. Except for right under our feet. Okay, well, at the very least, we know exactly what we want to do. We're going to get processing on... I'm going to say at least a stack of the ruby ore. And while that's happening, we are going to start producing the rest of what we need for the coils. Because unfortunately, it's not as easy as just can-thawing it up. Notice, each one of these requires 1 bit of molten copper nickel, which we can get. But for our 25, we need to reserve 25 molten copper nickel. Do we have that? The answer is probably... I probably put it in the wire chest because it was a wire chest. There's a wire, technically. We're 1 short! That's hilarious. Well, nothing a half stack of copper and a half stack of nickel can't solve. In fact, I'll do it with the... I'll do it with the mixer! It should be faster than an alloy smelter in this instance. Nickel, copper, nickel, copper, nickel, copper, nickel, low voltage circuit setting 3. There we go. It's at least quieter. And this is fine and more direct because we are going to be fluid extracting this anyway. It doesn't have to be an ingot form to be fluid extracted, unlike some material. Steel, aluminum, etc. Okay, so 25 copper nickel secured. The mica insulator foil is gonna be a thing. We need 3 insulator sheet per, or fluoroflogopite, which I doubt's available to us. So 4 of these times 20, it's exactly 100. Okay. Silicon dioxide's a bit more efficient in how many we need. We still need 100 of these, but quartzite, we would only need 50 of this, or 25 silicon dioxide. Or nether quartz. Or Certus quartz. Silicon dioxide, I think we should have plenty of. Ignoring that, how do we get 100 mica-based sheet? High voltage forming press could do it better, but we only have low voltage tech right now. So it's going to be 100 mica-based pulp and 25 asbestos. Start with the 25 asbestos. I think we'll make it. Okay, so 25 asbestos is prepared. Back to the recipe line. 100 mica-based pulp. For us, that would be 50 rubber, 75 mica dust. Uh-oh. Okay, we may be having a critical mica shortage. Where do we get mica? We get it from mica ore. Where's mica ore? Kyanite ore veins. A mica vein, of which there are some around. Great. In that case, I suggest we go there and pick some up. Our inventory is mostly full already, so let's empty that quickly. Or at least tidy it slightly. Crushed ores can just be haphazardly put in the forge hammer. We've kind of lost our inventory system for crushed items. It was lost in the great sorting. Meanwhile, all this can come out and become inventoried. Keep the 1 mica safe in here. Brand new gems can go in the brand new gem box. Some of our ransacked ingots can go in here. Some of them a bit more esoteric than others. And I think this is a decent amount of space for all we're doing. What's in this? 9 gold coin, which we can smelt into gold nugget, which means this is 1 whole gold ingot. That is totally how that works. Music disc can go in the special treasures box. Magnetic iron ingot is technically iron. We could make some motors out of that, but not a priority. Do the mica. Get some mica. We're gonna need 75 of the dust. If we get like 75 of the ore, we'll have twice as much as we need. Yes. Away! I was wondering how that would react to water. The answer is not well, apparently. So we needed to get mica before. I suspect we could have gotten it from here. What the heck was I doing earlier? That's not a staircase. Come on, Self. You know how to make a staircase better than this. Maybe we didn't invent the staircase strat perfectly, and I was just, like, excavator shoveling down the whole way. But I don't remember if I built an excavator shovel. Either way, that's solved. And then we can do this. Or go with the clutch strats. Fall. Easy. Easy clutch. Here's the kyanite. Okay, I think I understand what happened here. I probably did not have any torches and only cared to get enough mica to do the job. So this place is effectively untapped. Or I didn't care at the time and just wanted to mark it. No, I did need mica. I've made cooper nickel in the past. Oh yeah, raw mica, and the mica will make... Yep. What's kyanite used for again? This is cassiterite, which is tin. It's aluminum, silicon, and oxygen. It's aluminum. Well, there's our source of silicon dioxide. I guess it's a source of aluminum and silicon you can't efficiently process, which is to say, electrolyze it down to its base elements until a higher tier level. Because it makes silicon dioxide and alumina as opposed to silicon, aluminum, and oxygen. Turns out, this stuff really likes to stick. And then polysite is... cesium? Cesium, alumina, silicon dioxide, oxygen, and some spare water. What the heck are we doing with cesium? Well, it's an ingot. Fine cesium wire. Cesium is a pretty heavy-duty element. Curious what it could be used for. Unfortunately, exploring what a thing can be used for when it's just a singular element is kind of difficult. Because almost always it's being moved into a different form, like a plate or a rod or a double plate. And you'd have to check the entire path to get to some of the more utility-based uses. Meanwhile... is this our good buddy Abyssal Stone? Yeah, it is. Alright, so that's enough mica ore. I'll get mica more because it'd be responsible of me. The auditory indicators of nearby lava are not lost on me. Despite being a color that blends into the stone, the mica ore's unique texture helps it still be easy to find. Which I am benefiting from. Odor. Don't really want to engage in combat. I will not push it. Not pushing the issue. More Abyssal Stone. It seems like the Abyssal Stone generated at like a weird chunk edge, where it just stopped working after a while. Tragic for it, I suppose. Okay. That's gonna be enough mica for a while. Plus some extra stuff. So I've convinced myself that we have all the materials we need in order to make the coils. Now we just make the coils. Staircase could use some work. Away. It is very convenient. All right, back at the factory. Let's take our exploration clothes off and put back our factory clothes. Get the mica away. Take 1 stack of mica for right now and bring that over to the macerator. Bonk. The asbestos is ready. The ruby is ready. The stuff for the current Cantal is more important than the stuff for the future Cantal. But it's all important. That said, the Cantal's gonna need time to run. 1 minute per. And it'll be about an hour. Maybe we do prioritize the Cantal. Vespertine, Pyrolusite. Look forward to the oxygen content on that. Away you go. Okay, so I'm gonna round the materials we need to 20 just for numerical convenience. Let's say 20 aluminum, 20 iron, and 20 chrome. Now, conveniently, the ruby dust, once electrolyzed, technically, is also a source of aluminum. Not directly, but you get what you can get. Remember, this is a stack I'm putting in the centrifuge. This alone is enough. And with the centrifuge bonus product, it'll be even more. I am going to have to eat one of these just to get the extra hearts buff possibility. I'm sorry if this bothers you. I don't know how close I am to that. I haven't checked in a while. Wow, this is very fast. Almost outpacing the forge hammer itself. Okay, maybe. Chrome real. Okay, this alone will be 5 chrome. We already have 4, so we're about halfway there. What have we gotten through so far? Asbestos is ready. Prep the mica. 1 stack of each should be fine. As far as the asbestos, we only needed like 25, I think. Thinking about the other things we need, the copper nickel should be done. We'll take exactly 25 of this. And fluid extract medium voltage. And fluid extract medium voltage requires you. In you go. Funnel that over with a large cell, we'll be good to go. That's a later step. Meanwhile, I should probably start processing the anthol. After all, that needs to be 2x wire. For easy counting, I'll only do 2 stacks right now. But know that the full goal is exactly 200. Six chrome, that's another like 10 in there, 16, 18. Oh, even more in there. Let's call that 21. Oh, wait, this is going to require medium voltage electrolyzing. Maybe the fluid extract is already done. The fluid extract is already done. This should be fine. It's done. We're fine. And it's only 60 EU per tick. That's 2 low voltage machines. Nothing will be hindered. Let's not take the copper nickel out just yet. Okay, more chrome is being made. No, we will need to remove this soon because we need to mix the new canthol. So we'll take the large steel cell. We will pick up the 25 ingots worth of copper nickel. Shall buff this. Slap it down. Prep the new age mixer. That's coolant. Coolant is empty. The coolant is empty. The coolant is in here ready to go. Thank you. Stealth in between streams. Electrolyzer is at 11. We should run some alumina. Get some more aluminum. I don't remember the ratio. I'm just going to put a quasi stack of both in here. Let it sort it out. Very good. Oh. Okay, so centrifuging is complete. Forge hammer is complete. Let's get that mica and asbestos ready to go. But I want to make sure I'm getting the canthols heated and then cooled before I start doing the big mica processing. Just because the canthol is going to take the longest time by crafting duration. good. So I'm holding 16 chrome. I need 4 more. Put this all in a medium voltage mixer and get some 3 stacks of Canthol, just about. There's a circuit condition for this. What is it? Circ alloy, vanadium steel. Canthol is circuit setting 1. That's going to take us approximately 30 minutes. Sorry, not 30 minutes. My mind is blank on the math. 5 minutes. But as it goes, it'd be for the best we could start prepping the Canthol. Meanwhile, the Mika's almost done. The asbestos is not far behind. Let's reconfirm our assumptions here. We need Mika-based pulp. Our belief is that we need 100 Mika-based pulp based on the math, and that was going to require a low-voltage mixer running 2 raw rubber dust and 3 Mika dust for this. So, 100 is 4. We need 50 raw rubber dust and 75 Mika dust. So, I'm going to say just take a stack of raw rubber. It is circuit setting 2. And we put in like a stack and a little bit of Mika, and we should be fine. This is not enough Mika. Recipe calls for 75. Now I have 8 Mika-based pulp sitting around. So that narrows down how much we need to just about exactly how much I'm holding. So, do that. Alright, Mika production underway. Asbestos is also ready. For all this heavy work, I am worried about our fuel supply. We've managed to gain about 60 buckets and... Oh. Since I started the stream. So we know that's good. Let's move the battery pack. You're the one running out of power, yeah? No. It's the mixer up here, of course. Let's power you. At least to hold you steady a little bit. You're not a multi-block, so you won't void stuff. I'm not worried about that. Should be the last one of aluminum, because we ran out of alemite. Unless there's some extra I haven't picked up yet. No. Not alemite, alumina. Either way, remaining cryolite can go back, ready for another load of alumina in the future. I gotta say, that is quite the good amount of aluminum. We were looking for chrome and we found a half stack of aluminum. Gotta admit, a good deal. We'll watch this with a certain amount of caution. If it falls too low, we will pause the EBF. How's battery look? 91% and dropping, otherwise looking fine. Mixer is about to complete, just about 30 more seconds. From there, power will not be so starved, and we can proceed on to other great things. Give me that feather. Couldn't fit that in the mob drop chest, of which we have one somewhere. I guess not. May work as an infusion stabilizer. Mmm. Away with ye. Well, in the meanwhile, maybe we can do a little bit of random material processing. We got salt. Wait, we need a source of... We wanted silicon dioxide. And you make silicon dioxide. What if we just process some of the kyanite? I don't think it's doing anything else today. I don't think it has plans. So let's say half stack of the stuff. Do a little quick electrolyzing on that in the middle of everything to get our supply. Canthol's going. Okay. If the Canthol's going, let's reinstate the chemical bath. Bonk. It takes a minute for a Canthol ingot to be made, and it takes a minute for the Canthol ingot to be cooled. So I've given us a buffer of 2 minutes to just keep doing that. How's the mica pulp going? 52, I'll take that. Let's step back to the first level and follow this pretty involved recipe back to the line. Insulator foil is bending machine. Right now, we have mica-based pulp, and we want a forming press to turn it into mica-based sheet. Circuit setting 1, this is where we use the asbestos. And 25 of this stuff. Asbestos. Forming press. Where is our forming press? It's a machine I hardly ever use. It's this one. Circuit setting 2. Nope, circuit setting 1. Not sure if we've used the forming press for anything else. This will keep mixing the mica-based pulp we already have over there. You're full power. You're full stack. This will just keep going until it runs out. That's okay. Okay. Should have 2 more Canthol on deck. Indeed. How's the wire mill going? Wire mill's complete. Get the second stack of Canthol in there. The coils. I am curious how the pyrolysis oven will respond to this. The fluid extractor is the weak link here. taking 20 charcoal, 30 seconds to process. It's danger close. There's a 2-second gap, which I hope is enough. I'm pretty sure the distillery itself is fine. I think of the two, I'm going to upgrade the pyrolysis oven first, even before we're done with everything else. This is both because it costs less, it's cooler, the consequences of it, and it'll solve the fuel problem which we're having anyway as a part of doing this. I think I'm gonna maybe cool off on being so focused on moving the Canthal over. It's gonna take time. Okay, the mixer is done. Now it's just a matter of getting the 100 mica-based pulp from this process. Which we are on track for. The math is properly equating. $40 plus 56, that's a little short? Because it's 1-to-1. Yeah, we need... one more mica duct. The mica is insufficient, and this is a pure issue of the ratio being not 1 unit of mica. We could take this mica, yes, do one last mix. It'll give us another 4, which will be enough for the 100. 48, 48, and 4. That's 100 in my math. $44 plus 56, okay. Meanwhile, the mica-based sheets. What do we do with the mica-based sheets? We put them in mica insulator sheets. This is where we want the silicon dioxide. Alloy smelter, for 20 seconds it'll probably be 40 if we're using the steam alloy smelter, which we will. Silicon dioxide, nether quartz is third quartz. And just 25. Quartzite. Silicon dioxide. Splendid. Alloy smelter. Keep that stocked up on the sheets, and we'll be good. Time for another EBF check. Okay, we're an ingot behind. That's ingot fine. Keeping attentive to this is simply a way to ensure that we don't lose opportunity. Just merely a simple time-saving measure that we can take. But it seems like the alloy smelter is going to be our major bottleneck in terms of time. At the very least, we'll be split between many things. It's just a matter of waiting. But soon the forming press will be done. We've also got a few spare insulator sheets. Spare asbestos. Spare nether quartz, I guess is what I used last time. Good morning again! Welcome back. We're producing the Canthal coils to make our machines conduct thermal heat better. And therefore, be more energy efficient. It won't actually be more, well, okay, it'll be energy efficient in practice. What we're doing is making the recipes go faster. So it's draining power for less time, which is a kind of energy efficiency. Yeah, if you think about it. We've got to do our regular old steel production. Canthal, cool the Canthal. The forming press should be just about done now. It is. So all of this is going into the alloy smelter to be made into insulator sheets. We don't have enough inventory space to hold it all, and I would like it to just sort of take care of itself. So I'm going to give it a hopper to sit in, and a hopper to be inputted from. Generously donated by the Forge Hammer. Put the sheets in there, it'll all filter through, and this will just finish when it finishes. Okay, have a good lark. If you're going on a lark, you're going on a lark. Ooh, something else we can do in the meantime is I think we have enough glowstone for the quest. Yes. Oh, I didn't take the other glowstone with me. So this is glowstone. We now hold it, and this was for this quest. Now, the only thing we need now is a stack of gold dust. In order to get that running, we're going to need the medium voltage centrifuge to be good and done. Normally, I would just let that happen, but the single-use power station is currently occupied by the chemical bath. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you can endure till Sunday, the lobby will be real and everyone will be able to fight. But you gotta understand that at least for a good chunk of the... Saturday, sorry. Apologies. It would be Saturday. But like a good chunk of the... Actually, all of the United States time zones would probably be at their work or school location right now. And they probably aren't allowed to fight with giant robots during that. I understand this is a peril for you and your time zone. Which is why I I think you may have to make robot fighting a mostly weekend activity. Or you wait till summer vacation starts for whatever work or school has people that fight. I don't know when that starts for people. It depends on exactly who and where. Oh, we're less than a stack remaining. We can start doing the insulator sheet stuff now, I suppose. So, coil, foil, insulator sheet is simply bending machine on circuit setting 1. Easy. I put it on circuit setting 1 in my sleep. Medium voltage assembler, that's a critical distinction. We have one of those, though, so it's fine. Oop. We aren't using the mixer anymore. Assembler. What's the energy requirement? The full thing? Okay, in that case, we're going to have to do this in sequence. First off, circuit setting is 3. Let's just prepare that ahead of time. Kanthal wire goes in. Giant amount of Cooper-nickel goes in, and now it's just the foil. Whenever it's ready. We could do this in waves, perhaps. Oh, don't forget the EBF. More Kanthals ready to go. Oop. Okay. The bending machine, I paused the bending machine. We go foil. And how much will this be? I think 4 coils. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There they are. Kanthal. The achievement asked for how many? Just so I can get the credit. Credit is acquired at 16. Okay. Guess that means we'll be getting credit at the very end. Because I'm going to be substituting in the coils for the pyrolysis the moment we have 9. But then the subsequent 16 for the EBF will come afterwards. Okay, you're done with your 4. This should be good for the remaining, not the lathe, for the remaining 5 for the pyrolysis oven. You're going well. I want to can this. How much do I need to can this? 8 of whatever I'm picking. Alright. Leave that there for now. Alright, here's the moment. This is enough mica insulator foil to provide success, to create the upgraded pyrolysis oven. All we need to do is put it in here and wait approximately 75 seconds. I got that extra cosmic meatball. I think I'm gonna put it in my prepared foods box. How you doing? 28 more. Now, by our estimate, we will need every single one of these remaining insulator sheets in order to complete the collection. The remaining 16. At least we're like a third of the way there now. Oh! Of course, we ran out of the wire. Because that would have only given 8. Exactly 8. So... in that case, the amount of Canthal we need over this is just... another 8? If I miscounted how much Canthal we need... No. We need this and an entire other stack. That's how this is working. We need these 8 and then an entire stack of Canthal beyond. There you go. That makes sense. So the math is, yeah, it's 8, 8, and 8, of course. But then it's 8, 8, 8, 1. So that 8 will refill the stack here. And then we need an entire other stack to finish the job. Great, figured out the math. Satisfied that I figured out the math. That, like, intuitive 8, 8, 8, and 1 didn't register in my mind. But now that I realize it, it makes everything so much simpler to conceptualize. It's been bothering me for a second. Turn off the ore veins. So, in that case, we only need 30 more Canthal, which will take 30 more minutes. Probably a little more, because I also have to cool. Almost done? You're almost done. Okay, well, ignoring that for a second, it's time to do this major alteration. Power off the machine. If we void stuff, we void stuff. It doesn't matter. It's just a stack or 4 of logs. We burn through those like it's no business. In fact, burning through them is the entire point of this machine. What I expect to see when we make the Canthal switch is for this number, 64, to halve to 32. Overall, I expect this machine to go through one recipe cycle in half the time. A rate which I think we can just barely keep up with. But that we can keep up with nonetheless. Okay, the machine has deactivated. It is time to make the switch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Give it a second to realize that it's a real machine. It was off now to restart. System's looking good. Machine seems to think it's been fully formed. Reactivate in 3, 2, 1, go. 32 seconds. All right. So, for our processes, there's basically no bottlenecks left. This is going 32 seconds. This is going 30 seconds. This can keep up. We now have effectively, but technically even better, doubled our fuel production rate. We can now accommodate basically twice the number of medium voltage generators. I don't remember the exact number. I think it was like 2.5 before. So theoretically, this might be closer to 5, which in principle means that we might be able to keep the EBF running perpetually now, which is a very exciting feature that we have not had at this level of energy processing before. Very good. Alright, this is going to be the big test. What I want to see is if this inventory gets to 0 before everything falls apart. It does. It does. Oh my goodness, it does. The EBF is running constantly right now. How is this looking? 230.55. It's right. It's just going to be processing fuel perpetually. We have infinite power. We do not have infinite power. But right now, our fuel generation is outpacing our fuel consumption while the EBF is running at effectively the rate of 1 amp high voltage. This is very good. And it's even going to get better because we're about to make this thing run at, well, the same amount of power, but twice the speed. So this is about to be a grand celebration of just exactly what we can do with some fuel efficiency. Only 24 Canthal, which in principle is 24 minutes, provided we're keeping pace with it all. This is exciting. Now, the Canthal upgrade won't provide perfect parallel to every recipe. Only some of them. Some of the low temperature ones. Like some early Cooper nickel stuff. I don't exactly know the exact conditions for each. If I look at the hot Canthal recipe, its heat capacity is 1,800 Kelvin, and we're going to be upgrading it from 1801 to 2701. That's an unused heat capacity of 900 Kelvin. And I don't exactly know the rules for this upgrade. An upgraded overclock, if your coils are 1,800 Kelvin above the recipe temperature. This applies to every 900 or 1,800 Kelvin above. But it doesn't specify which of those is... Like, it says up here, 18 Kelvin above, but then it says this applies to every 900 or 1,800 Kelvin above. So, which is it? Still, though, EBF processing is about to get a lot faster. Or just a lot more capable. Oh, there's 5 more. Let's slap in some more foil. the alloy smelter is done. So this is all of the foil, well, the sheets, which will be all the foil that we're going to be using today. Provided I did the math correctly, which I think I did. And as much as we're making good pace, we are going to be bottlenecked by the Canthal production. So how about we prepare wires halfway too? So half stack remains. When it comes to things that are approaching, I kind of appreciate Zeno's paradoxing it. Not necessarily always a factor of 1/2, but some sort of multiplicative decay factor. So I'm going to prepare, I prepared a stack earlier, I prepared a half stack now, maybe I'll prepare 16, and then 8, and then 4. I find that this might help me combat my... You know, when something's close to happening but not quite yet, you get more impatient than you were at the start. So if you're a little more engaged like this, it sort of helps you pass the time by making the milestones mirror your actual emotions about how impatient you are. If that makes sense. Sometimes people experience time in ratios. There we go. Now we can do some ash packing to keep my mind off of it. Oh, they're hidden in there. Okay. Now the water is looking kind of sickly, and I worry that's my fault. Oi, 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 oi. Pollution's getting worse, and I'm hazmated up, something I never was in the previous season. But I worry about the plants. My tree supply is right here. Maybe I really should invest in muffler technology. I don't know, Thega. There's detriment. Look, if we lose the trees, we lose our fuel production. There is a requirement there. Oh, this is gonna fill up twice as fast, huh? Alright, we should put back the hoppers. Now that the alloy smelter's done. Classic factory management. Keep our assembly lines in order. Oop. Bop. You can see that's our 16th for our next Xenoe in action. In there, how's the foil looking? Give you the battery then. Battery go. Am I holding it? I am holding it. Okay, battery to you. Insulator sheet go. You're holding steady. Oh. Never mind, you are not. Starting to appreciate battery tech more. You should just make a lot of batteries. Put them in every machine to sort of avoid all the brownouts. Oh. And now it's the coil machine that's stalling. I guess that makes sense. Well, we can wait on the coil machine, the wire mill. The wire machine. So in that case, I'll finish making all the insulator sheets. This battery will... I'll just throw it over to the wire mill. Then from there, call it good. Why has it stopped? It's because this craft's completed. We're up to 10 now. So just wait for this to be finished. Okay, 16 more Canthal ingots to go. We're cutting up on our literal supply. There's 3. Fuel supply might be decreasing. And again, it might not. That there. Now, currently sitting in here already is all of the Canthal we need for the 8th step. Fill in all this, turns into regular coolant, pick it back up, put it back in here. Check. So even if we don't restock this anymore, it'll get us to the 8 we need. But overall, it's going to take us at least like 15 minutes to finish the final coils. Just because we had barely not enough Canthal to go with. We only need 2 more. I think I may have miscounted how much mica insulator foil we need. Because this is excessive. I think it's only 12 per craft, and we already have a stack here. 24 should have been sufficient. I must have done something wacky with the math. Let's check. 12, so 3. Of course. I misconstrued the amount of sheets we needed as being 4, but we only needed 3. We didn't need 100 Mika sheets. We only needed 75. Okay. That is not too bad, because Mika insulator foil is used for the next tier as well. So this Mika insulator foil we're making right now will not go to waste. Oof, you need molten Kanthal for the next tier? Wild. And Nichrome is... What is Nichrome as material? 4 nickel, 1 chrome. Terrifying. It's not hard to make. Horrible as a cable. But I guess you'd have to wrap it first. There should be... the 4-step next as well. Just another day at the pollution factory. Oh, did you see that? I think there's like soot particles in the air, maybe. If we really like look for it. Yeah, look at that. Look, you saw that. That was a pollution going in the ground. Oh man. The grass looks sickly, the water looks sickly, the fog is rolling in. Random zombies on fire. Big ol' zombie. Yes, it's actual pollution. Hold on, here's a chunk with no pollution. Here's a chunk with freaking pollution. I'm not like, this isn't like a metaphor. I'm literally wearing a hazmat suit because if I, hold on, I'm taking off the hazmat suit. Wait for it. Wait for it. How about I stand right on the muffler? Get a good whiff of that pollutant right there. In a few seconds, I should suddenly be suffering some crazy negative effects. Actually taking quite a while. Come on, give me a hit of that bad. Because I've got this toughness engaged. Why do I have that toughness engaged? I guess. Is it because I'm holding the armor in my inventory? If I remove it... Oh, there we go! Yep! Immediately! I'm experiencing slowness too. At extreme pollution levels, I'll experience like nausea and mining fatigue. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great. Okay. We're hazmated. We're fine. But the big concern with the pollution is that it will ruin the tree farm, which is our source of benzene. Like, that's the one fear. And for that reason alone, to secure our power supply, because power supply is the thing we are terrible at. I want to maybe invest in some better tech. Like the moment we can get a high voltage machine hull and an electric motor. Goodness me, this stuff is expensive. We can muffler to make the machines not produce so much pollution. And that's good. Because then it'll stop ruining everything. Medium voltage is easy enough. It's just steel. We got steel. Electric motor, medium voltage. I kind of want to go to high voltage immediately. Medium voltage solidifiers and a medium voltage extractor. Yes. So we can already do that. Quick question though is on the interest of like rods and stuff. Okay, so still medium voltage is acceptable. Good, good. So we can get the aluminum center, magnetize that, get the stainless steel outside, we can get enough gold or electrum or whatever. The EVF's been on so long, the audio has stopped playing for the EVF. It does that. And go. Well, we're going to have to stop the EBF temporarily as well. Not because of any problem, but because we need to do some mandatory scheduled maintenance. Get those new coils installed. 3. This is all the Canthal we need. I'll cool the rest of it. Like the 1 extra ingot. Simply because it'd be weird to just have a molten ingot in a box somewhere. So this is some real Xenos Paradox stuff. $15. Four minutes here. Technically 5, but 4 minutes to victory. Then we wire mill it out. Then we win. The brick furnace has stopped because it ran out of charcoal. Sorry, cactus coke. It's enough for another round? Yes. And this will give us another ash for another run at compacting. Then we can move back to our original charcoal. You can see it in the air. This dandelion looks so dead. Xeno's paradox continues. 2 more. 2 more coolings of the Canthal ingot, and we will be done. One more. 1 more cooling of the Canthal ingot, and we will be done. I'm gonna prepare to cool the coolant so that we can stock it away without voiding any of it. Then once this bit of Canthalastic stuff is complete, I'm going to break this down, put the centrifuge back in, and then split this glowstone dust into gold and redstone. And here it is. The final Canthal for the coils. The final coil. We're here. We're Canthal. Okay, time to do regular scheduled maintenance. Power off the machine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I stopped counting out loud, but we're at 12. Engage power. Then I guess I just need a recipe. Got any spare steel duster or something I can just thermally induce? I'll do some aluminum. So what do we expect to happen with the aluminum recipe? Let's get our measurement involved. So heat capacity for this is... According to this, heat capacity is Canthal. Oh, no. We compress it. We do the compressed stuff. Yeah. Okay, so this old recipe was this one. Okay, this was 1300 Cooper nickel at a duration of 65 seconds. I think this will be our test then. Is this one 30 seconds or 15 seconds? This will tell us if we get the 1500 bonus or not. We get the regular bonus. This has not improved the speed of this recipe. Okay, so it's very likely that none of this will be improved. If we want to look for something that'll improve, it would need to be something in the... like under 900 Cooper nickel range. Like crude rhodium metal dust plus salt plus chlorine into rhodium salt dust. Or maybe this glass Certus quartz in the quartz glass. Refined platinum salt into platinum metallic powder dust and chlorine. A bunch of weird stuff. Oh, chalcopyrite plus quartzite to make roasted copper and ferrosilite, I guess. Maybe. Raw silicon conversion, I suppose. Crushed lead. Amethyst. Algae. And sulfur into carbon disulfate. But not really. Oh, that's a low voltage blast furnace recipe. That's interesting. Well, anyway, that's a result. That's a conclusion. We've learned. It's going to be the final Canthal. But yeah, that means we can do better, cooler stuff. Okay, yeah, the fuel is increasing. For instance, with the Canthal quest cleared up, we can now make silicon solar grade ingots. It wants us to make 4 for plate. And that is the ratio to make 24 transistor. And it wants... the ILC doesn't take a resistor. The good one also doesn't. So it feels as if 24 transistors is a little overkill for this, considering it only needs 16. But also, making solar ingots is easy for us. It was mostly a machine check, and now we have that machine, and now we can make it with relative ease. There's the question, do we invest in solar power? There's an entire solar power subline over here, where you can take, you know, carbon plates, aluminum iron plates, make a cool solar panel. Possibility. It gives 1 EU per tick. Combined with a battery inside of a farming machine, crop managers may not need power funneled to them at low voltage. Like, it doesn't take much. That requires some more advanced technologies that I don't yet have. Such as carbon plate, which I think is going to require an autoclave of some kind. this thing, which requires a medium voltage forming press. Well, I can do this one. And the return of my arch nemesis red alloy wire. But separately, there's an 8U per tick one, which requires gallium arsenide plate. Terrifying. Terrifying, terrifying thing. Goodness me. I don't think I want to do that. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Maybe that's not worth it. Free power is free, but it comes at a price. The free is not so free as you think. Well, regardless of that, let's make some solar grade. And I have no qualms making more. Quest calls for 4, I'm gonna make 8. Just to show off a little. There we go. Oh, right, this also requires cooling as well. That's an inconvenience, but nothing we can't do. Cool this off then. I think instead of... Yeah, we don't need this here then. I'm gonna take the centrifuge, start doing the glowstone thing now. Right here. This will give us a stack of redstone and a stack of gold, which is like the most gold we've had ever. Meanwhile, this coolant will go... check here. It's further of a walk, but we're not using any of the other machines right now. Assuming the amount of coolant we need is the same, 2 cells should do the job. Indeed. Seems pretty consistent. Keep that running now. Anywhere else in the factory, we want to do some work. Actually, do we want to do the muffler thing now? Just because it's like the right thing to do. This might bungle our quest lines a little bit if I'm making a muffler at high voltage unprompted, unsolicited, but I think it's worth it. Alright, quick side quest to make a high voltage muffler. 2 of them, actually. So what are we going to need for this? We're going to say 22, maybe 24 stainless steel, followed by another 8. I said 22 earlier, so let's just round that to 30. 30 stainless steel. No, we're going to need another 8. So 38 stainless steel. That's most of our stainless steel, honestly. Well, gotta use it for something. So 16 of this is slated for bending. Put all this extra foil I made over here for now. You get bent. Oh. Okay, yeah, this is the problem with doing too many things at once. I'm doing too many things at once. If I want to do that, I gotta wait for the silicon solar grade. Or I can just do that later. Retake out the coolant, break this machine, put in the fluid extractor. Do this. Actually, another 12 of this goes to bending. Then we're going to need some gold cable, something we can get from the gold we're getting here, even though that would ruin my quest capabilities, but that's okay. I need some cells, please, for all that polyethylene. Now, for gold cable, do we have any spare gold? By my estimate, we shouldn't. We have some electrum I could separate out, but not really what I need. Well, this is ultimately not a permanent problem. After all, we can simply replace the glowstone gold that we're using now with more glowstone gold. That extracted and ready to go. We can just smelt 2 of it. The rest of the gold can go in the gold chest, which is the correct place to put errant gold. Cupronickel dust is a weird thing because it's such an industrial material. It doesn't appear naturally. We built it for this purpose. To replace 2 gold, we're going to need 4 more glowstone. And then I'll just take the other 2 from the chest, because I know we got extra. There we are. Back to what I am doing. I am doing this. We took 10 here, we're putting it here, and we're putting it here so that we can make 2 rotors. Muffler must be an assembler. Okay. As the bending machine's done, we can make this once I find my mallet. Mallet. I'm gonna need a new wrench soon. Probably make it out of cobalt. we are. The gold's ready. So wire mill circuit setting 1, put the 4 in there. This will get us our first high voltage hull, which is very exciting. Code 'em. Okay, beat bop. Prepare to get constructed. Beautiful. This would be a lovely quest accomplishment if it actually acknowledged it. EBF done? EBF done. Okay, what else do we need for the muffler hatch? Check, check, check. We need the electric motors, and we're going to need 2 of them, and that's going to be 1 ingot of stainless steel each, along with a lot of fanciness. The liquid stainless steel we already have is not enough, so we are going to need 2 more fluid. Actually, probably better to just use 1 more, combined with the fluid already in here, just to be materially efficient. You don't want to run out of stainless steel after all. And we get the rod mold and make 4. Looking at this, it seems like the material requirements for a rotor is exactly 4 1/4, maybe 4 3/4 ingots. Because we made 2 rotors, and that gave us you know what? Alright, the math on this is weird because we put in our own singular ingot. So these aren't in the equation. 2 rotors plus 3 rods is equal to 10 ingots, which means that 2 rotors is equal to 8 1/2 ingots, which means 1 rotor is equal to 4 1/4. Okay. We got that math. Oh, I forgot. Folly is me. Folly is me. I forgot this requires a high voltage assembler. Darn it. Oh well, okay. This is not a complete loss. We're gonna need to eventually make high voltage motors anyway. And everything else we can just sort of fluid extract back into its base components really fast. Yeah, okay, so put those back in. get the ingot mold. The only thing we can argue we truly lost is the ones we put into the high voltage casings. But if you think about it, we're gonna use them eventually. Yeah, no. Fortunately, fluid recycling is very good. Well, Muffler Quest has been a decided failure. Means, at the very least, we can go back to our original plan. Get that silicon solar grade stuff. Now this is... fluid extraction looking like? Still medium voltage. Bending machine, still low voltage. So no problems here. Just a matter of manipulating the material once it's done for. Go back there. I'm gonna eat my lunch. Very good. Well, that was partially a failure and partially not a failure, but ultimately, whatever. What even ever, what odd ever as well. Take some of the more singular ores here. Cooling's going well. Things have slowed down because we've solved our major accomplishment. We've done it. We did our goal. Are you holding up? Holding up well. We may have to redouble our focus into material processing. Material storage as well. At least the gold's happening. With that, we're cantholed. From this, we technically have everything we need to go to high voltage. We just have to do the stuff. So, let's do the stuff. Once we cool the solar grade ingots, the chemical bath won't be necessary for anything for the immediate future. In that absence, we can convert to doing laser engraving and laser engraving these to make the circuits and cutting them and, you know, doing the good stuff to cut them and stuff. Then we'll make our integrated circuits. We'll make our good integrated circuits, combine them with transistor tech, and finally have our advanced circuits, which for the quest, it wants us to make 4. From there, we are officially in high voltage. Where's that ghost spider? I know it's a ghost spider. Wouldn't be a regular spider on this day and age. Come on, where are you hiding? There you are. How you holding up just in the middle of all my machines like this? Some ocean dropping. And a few things in here. Cooling is complete. We have those. Let's take these and recool them. Here. Wait to the hot coolant to not hot coolant. It's a little inconsistent how long it takes. According to the heat vent, it's checking every 5 seconds, but it often takes longer than 5 seconds. Sometimes it's instant. And I think that's just when I get lucky, but I don't think it's 5 seconds. Sometimes it's... Like, look at this. I've been talking for a lot more than 5 seconds. There it goes. Okay, coolant can go away. Hard cell can go away. The entire chemical bath can be disengaged from its post, and now we care about the cutting machine and we care about the laser engraver. We'll start with the laser engraver, do all the laser engraving first, and then swap to the cutting machine so that we don't have to just keep going back and forth repeatedly. So what's the quest call for? 1 ILC wafer and 1 RAM wafer. That is ruby and green sapphire. 1 ruby, 1 green sapphire. Get 2 wafers. Do we? Yes, we do. Right here. 2 wafers. Up. Green sapphire. And then ruby, and then we can just let it sit. Look at it go. It's a nice little animation of it running its process. It's just very visually apparent that there's a laser beam that's scanning over the wafer below it and just sort of burning, etching the pattern into it. Individual wafers seem to take a bit, but also they're ultimately going to be making a lot of individual component, so that's fine. Boom. Well, at least can go back. You're just doing work, it's almost halfway done. Pass over the forge hammer product to the centrifuge for eventual cleaning. No rush. Excellent. That's the 2 wafers. Laser engraver can go offline for now as we reinstate the cutting machine. Take a single celled organism of water. Some sort of bootleg lubricant. Put in that wafer, put in that wafer. Let it run. I guess we'll get some residual dust from the process. No, we won't. We will simply get a full 32. I was not expecting that many. Of course. Long rods, rods in the bolts. Classic cutting machine behavior. But sure, we don't get 32 of the others, right? We got 6 ULPIC and I guess 8 CPUs. We just get a lot of RAM because RAM's simpler. Probably. Yeah, we only get 8 ILCs. We only get 8 ilk. The octo ilk. I don't know if it will successfully use the other slot in this inventory, so I'll babysit it for the next 10 seconds, extract out this once it's complete, and move on to the RAM. Oop. Okay, after that's done, those 2 complete, we'll be ready to start preparing the ILC. Oh, you want 16 ilk. You've bamboozled me. The laser engraver back online. In order to accomplish this feat of engineering efficiency, we're gonna put this there. Now, what's the ilk source again? It is the ruby. Must acknowledge and respect the threat posed by the ruby ilk. I'll pause and wait for that to finish. 32 RAM. While that's going, silicon plate can be pressed into service. Frankly, for how easy of a recipe it is, I should have been doing it already. Put the battery in, just because I suspect it won't be enough power, and it wasn't. I should maybe put in another work order to myself to make a lot of gas turbines. This makes power and processing all these things a lot more easier because we can make dedicated stations and all that good stuff. I don't know why it bothered making these two a different quest. It seemed trivial to do that. So, transistors. Advanced circuits. To make advanced circuits, you need transistors. So, fine tin wire, it wants 32 fine tin wire. That would be 4 ingots. I will be going for 8 ingots because I have double the solar plate. It's simply a low voltage assembler. It's going to need also 8 polyethylene, which is fine. So 8 polyethylene, bunch of fine tin wire. Got some spare tin in ingot form. Yes. Wire mill that on circuit 3. Get 4 more cells for polyethylene. Bonk. Maybe I should swap the Pyrolysis oven back over to polyethylene mode. Might be warranted. Might want to make a proper tank for polyethylene. A single chemical reactor, 16 buckets, is not enough. Complete. Go to assembly machine. Polyethylene in. Is there a circuit setting for this? It is circuit setting 2. The ethylene, put the plate in. Now we just need that fine tin. And what a fine tin it is. Bonk. Battery. Oh, you're done. Blended. Take that lens back. What's your power output? 64? Well within bounds. Sometimes I wish I could have the units provided to me in terms of voltage level EUs. Like I would like to see like 8 EU per tick. Sorry, or I go. I want to see, yeah, 8 EU per tick as like ULV EU per tick. And then low voltage is like 32 EU per tick as 1 LVEU per tick. Like just the capacity of 1 amp worth of that voltage in EU per tick. I think would just make the math easier for me to do because it's easy to just say, hey, next level is 4 of the previous. Instead of doing the exact numbers. If ULV is 8, and it goes up for 4 each, does that mean that 2 EU per tick is some sort of, like, pathetic voltage per tick? Is there a pathetic voltage level before? I guess that would be Steam. Kind of do a crossover transition between the two. And even then, steam machines sort of operate as just slower, low voltage. There's our transistors. We have circuitry. I kind of want to invent a circuit room for all of my circuitry-based processes, and then eventually upgrade that into the clean room, or it be adjacent to the clean room later. Maybe I should make a basement. Okay, like a second basement. So this is the final stretch. We make 16 ilk, 16 good ilk, and then finally an act. We'll take this one by one, requirements as we need. 16 circuit boards, 32 resistors, 32 diodes. Okay. 32 tin bolt. Well, problem number one is those diodes. What's the... Let's not worry about the optional part. Let's focus on the actual recipe. It allows for SMD diodes and SMD resistors. Whichever one we pick, we're going to need 32 of them. So let's check the cost. An SMD diode is a medium voltage assembler, which we have. Platinum wire, we do not have platinum. Next best thing we can do is... I think in terms of efficiency, it would be tantalum wire and wafer. But I think we're going to have to settle for annealed copper wire and wafer. For a requirement of 32, we are going to need 8 crafts of this. 8 polyethylene is fine. 4 copper ingots in fine wire form, and 8 wafers. That is perfectly acceptable. Copper we have as copper. I should check this more, though, because, as I suspected, or as I vaguely remembered seeing in the list of materials for the quest, we also need another 32 copper wire for the final craft. So let's double our requirement and go turn this into fine wire. Circuit settings 3. It's already on circuit setting 3 from the tin earlier. Excellent. Meanwhile, 8 polyethylene is available. Circuit assembler is just the... Well, no, we're doing SMD diode. Well, just regular diode right now. Which is classic low voltage stuff. Particular... Wait, I have made a mistake. Again. Okay, this is only half of the mistake. Because one part of the mistake is not a mistake at all. The fine copper wire, the ones for the diodes need to be annealed. Let's get the annealing tech back in position. I don't think we can anneal this directly. We try and use an arc furnace, and it just gives us a nugget. So instead, we're going to fluid extract it back into its ingot form. Thank goodness for fluid extraction tech. Ben will anneal the ingots and bring it back around. Polyethylene is currently in there, yeah. Okay. It is circuit setting 4. Prep the wafers. Hello, arc furnace of mine. I have some copper ingots I would like you to anneal. Thank you very much. Very good. Now you can turn these into the fine wire. You know, I'm actually curious. I would like to know what the annealing process actually is. I'm looking it up. Through my preferred way of looking up a thing. Going to Wikipedia. In metallurgy and materials science, annealing is a heat treatment that alters the physical and sometimes chemical properties of a material to increase its ductility. It's ductile, but I don't know how to say it in ductility noun form. And reduce its hardness, making it more workable. It involves heating a material above its recrystallization temperature, maintaining a suitable temperature for an appropriate amount of time, and then cooling. Atoms migrate in the crystal lattice, and the number of dislocations decreases, leading to a change in hardness and ductility. Material cools, it recrystallizes. For many alloys, including carbon steel, the crystal gains size and phase composition. Hot working or cold working after the annealing process alters the metal structure, so further heat treatments can be used. In the case of ferrous metals, such as steel, annealing is performed by heating the material and then slowly letting it cool. Copper, silver, and brass can either be cooled slowly in air or quickly by quenching it in water. The metal is softened and prepared for further work, such as shaping, stamping, or forming. So basically, the annealing process, as I'm understanding it from this, is a way to make it softer, which I guess allows it to be a bit more finely attuned to whatever you're doing right now. So the fact that we would anneal copper, especially in the context of using it as a wire, makes sense, because then it becomes more ductile. You can alter its wired form. And I guess better seated in materials. Maybe it also makes it less dense. Thus allowing you to get more wire out of the material, but that's probably like a hyper-marginal thing. Either way, interesting stuff! I feel like metallurgy as a concept, or just as a practice, as a discipline, is slept on a lot. It's frankly one of the things that the Russian space program did a lot better. Soviet space program, I suppose, did a lot better than the United States space program. The United States space program just made stuff obnoxiously huge, whereas the Soviet space program did some crazy metallurgy work to be able to actually have materials that were reasonably sized that didn't just melt or disintegrate. There's a lot of interesting variety you can do with some fancy metallurgy work. There are so many types of steel. You think it's just like, oh, hey, it's steel. No, there's a lot of forms of it. Exact different ratios of iron and carbon, different structural forms, each with different like material physical properties, temperature gradient, like melting points and heat tolerances and rigidities and stuff. Like like there's a whole field of study you could just do on that stuff. Okay, meanwhile, while this is going, I remember SMD resistors is a thing that we do. And that is fine electrum wire, carbon dust, and polyethylene. Medium voltage assembler, though. We have those, though. Let's start by getting that electrum wire. Get some spare electrum around. How much we need for this? Well, we're going to be doing 2 crafts. That would be 8. That is exactly 1 ingot. Okay. Bop. Okay, it was 2 polyethylene for 1, so we're going to need 4 here. And then the carbon. Let's just preload the polyethylene for later. Get our carbon. I suppose, in principle, making a resistor is really easy, in that all you gotta do is be really bad at making a wire. And it's a fun way of thinking about it. Okay, looking here, it seems that our recipe calls for circuit setting 3. Bop. Get that. Medium voltage. Medium voltage. Forgot. I can do that easily as soon as I remember where I put my... Oh, it's still in my inventory. Okay. Fluid extractor, you are empty. Always make sure your fluid extractor is empty before you break it. Okay, boom. Setting 3. Electrum, carbon, the SMD. So that's the diode and resistor components done. The integrated logic circuits is also complete. Let's check on the electronic circuit board supply. We have 2. That's not enough. I suppose we did go through all of it the last time we did this. But there was a really easy recipe for making a lot. Polyethylene, 2 polyethylene, bunch of copper foil, 8 plank. Makes 16. And we need exactly 16. So let's say 8 copper ingots worth of foil, 8 planks, 2 polyethylene. We'll do it with ingots proper. Just more direct. Vending machine on circuit setting 10, please. The assembler is circuit setting 6. 8 planks, 2 polyethylene from the polyethylene store. Maybe we swap over the pyrolyze stuff into polyethylene. Using the old idiom of the 9 to 5, simply as a correlation of 2 numbers that is easy to remember. And with that, we shall be making polyethylene once more. I should move the filter from here to there on the pipe itself. I think that's the correct way of doing this. I was doing something. Is what I'm doing done? What was I doing? SMD resistors are complete. Put them in here for the time being. This box is getting a little full. The foil. Wait 80 seconds, that'll make 16, and that'll be good. So check, 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 check. 32 tin bolts. Well, this is actually easier than a scribe. So 32 tin bolts. Let's see here. Raining. 32 tin bolts. So 4 bolts comes from 1 rod, I believe. So that would be 8 rods. That would be 4 ingots. And because it's tin, we can do this at low voltage. Pop that. The bolt mold. Ratio looks good. Okay, circuit board's prepared. The ILC is made in a circuit assembler using the classic soldering alloy shenanigans that we already have there. Such material as is already placed inside may be removed to make space. Fine copper wire. These 32 diodes and these 32 S&P resistors. We want the bolt. Oh, and we want the ilk. Ilk's the main central unit replacing the vacuum tubes in this endeavor. 32. Go forth. Now, whether or not that'll be enough soldering alloy, I don't know. Maybe we want to make some more. Like a lot of antimony. Let's say 30. A little overkill. But hey, we're going to be soldering stuff in the future anyway. That off before I regret my decisions. Well, it's working, but my only problem is that I'm going to confuse it for a medium voltage circuit in the future because they basically have the same appearance. I don't have an example to give. Yep, there goes the soldering. Oh, an extra 10 ingots. We can fluid extract from low voltage, right? Because this is basically a tin substitute. Yeah. It's like mostly tin. I wonder what the antimony does to make it more suited. That's another question for the science of metallurgy, I guess. Look it up, I do then. Okay, solder is a metallic metal that is used to connect metal workpieces. The choice of specific solder alloys depends on their melting point, chemical reactivity, mechanical properties, toxicity, and others. There's a wide range of solder alloys. Since early 2000s, the use of lead in solder alloys is discouraged by several government guidelines in the EU, Japan, and other countries. Okay, so they all have different designations depending on their composition. One appears to be like pure bismuth, if I'm reading that correctly. Like 2/3 indium, 1/3 bismuth, 2/3 indium, 1/3 bismuth, but slightly less because there's a little cadmium in there. A lot of bismuth, some tin, some indium, bismuth, lead, tin, cadmium. A lot of these are mostly bismuth. Okay, here we go. For the tin stuff. Predominantly tin. Oh, okay, wow. There's like 99% tin, a little bit of copper. Trace amounts of nickel and bismuth, maybe? Mostly lead, little cadmium. Tin, lead, cadmium. So it's a lot of the same type of material. Cadmium, zinc, zinc, cadmium. 95% cadmium, 5% silver. Pure indium. Indium lead combo. Interestingly enough, I'm going through this and I haven't found any antimony yet. Just like lead and tin and gold and cadmium. Indium from earlier. Oh, here's the antimony. We've reached it. Way down here. Zinc, tin, zinc, copper. Tin, silver. %80 silver, 20% tin. A lot of opinions on that one. 99% tin, like 1% copper. I'm just staring at this now. I gotta get back to making my own soldering done. Yay, okay. That's step 1. Step 2 is good integrated circuits. How do we do this? By the way, did you ever try looking at the ORIDICT for circuits? You can tell what tier they are from that. They go primitive, basic, good, advanced, etc. Now make your good integrated circuits. So what do we need from that? 8 good circuit boards? I'm pretty sure I already got those. Yep. In you go. Next up, 16 ilk. Good. Another 32 resistors, another 32 diodes. The fine copper is being replaced with fine gold, and the tin is being replaced with silver. Makes sense to me. So, big issue is we need more freaking diodes. 12, to be specific. Because fortunately, we already have 20. As for the gold, that will unfortunately have to come out of this supply. But it looks like it's about to be done anyway. So we can get that achievement progress the moment the last 4 gets done running. At which point I will no longer have to care about maintaining an exact stack of gold, and we can process this into there. And we can process it. And we can process this into whatever form we want. I did it. I said words. One of these days, in like a wild 1 in a trillion chance, instead of eating the food in the lunchbox, I'm just gonna eat the lunchbox and it'll just be gone. And it'll be hilarious. So many crumbs accumulate inside the box from all the stuff I've eaten that one day it just becomes a sandwich. Just instantaneously. That should be how it works. There should be like a durability for the lunchbox. It's a really large durability, but once it gets empty, it turns into like a crumb sandwich of some kind. And then you eat it, and then it's gone. Good idea for Greg Tech 2.9. I don't expect them to add that 2.8. I'm pretty sure they're at the point where 2.8 is feature locked in. They're not adding new stuff, just refining, bug fixing on the stuff they're currently adding, so I will not get in their way. Still though, I think my ideas warrant some thought. There it is. Acid generator. Creates power from the chemical energy potentials. I mean, I guess it's something to do with the mercury. Suddenly mercury doesn't seem so bad. That said, it's a little pricey. I guess all of the cost is bundled in the chemical reactor. Warrants some consideration. Well, either way, we are progressing. Hearing the whir of the pyrolyzed oven behind me fills me with a sense of calm. Alright, I'm cheesing the system here. I'm gonna buy 8 of the diodes we need here. The rest I will make myself. It's because I want to save on, as always, gallium arsenide. So this puts the amount of diodes I need for this process down to 4. And to make 4, as before, I guess I'll make 8, just to keep the ratio of copper proper. Can I anneal from dust? Like, will it just turn into ingots? Science. Yes! That is great intel. Thank you for it. Meanwhile, I think this warrants 2. Where'd the ethylene go? I guess we've reached the perfect ratio. Or it's, you know, it's just processing in here at different rates. Okay. I got lucky. To 4, polyethylene, we want to actually have that wire. Insert. And 1 wafer, please. Glad I made 2 boules. Oh, wait, no, I need a second one. Still glad I made 2 boules. Okay, that's the requirement there. We're going to need to do another bit of SMD here. Another bout of electrum. Okay, we need 4 polyethylene. Mistake. Do carbon. Another ingot's worth of electrum. Fine wired addition. Wait, get the carbon before we go back. Save on walking. Boop boop. Mill you out. Here's your carbon. Hold up. Okay, resistors are ready. Checked off the list. We are going to need our supply of silver and our supply of gold put into production. I don't know exactly how much silver we need, so I'm just getting a bunch of it. Frankly, it's not that much. Fine gold wire is 4 ingots worth of gold. I think I'll just arc furnace it into an ingot real fast. And then... we have to go fluid for that one. But that's okay because we don't need this active anymore. But that's also convenient because we don't need to worry about melting the silver. Let's see. As before, it was a ratio of... Actually, can I fluid extract with a low voltage? No. 8, 16, 32. Get the rod mold. Sorry, the bolt mold. And there. As well. Check, check, check. Hey, arc furnace, got a job for you real quick. And to make sure that the job is done without complications, I'm going to donate the battery here. Boom. Oh. Well, it was worth a shot. In that case, let's just fluid it. There's no fine wire mold, I don't think. And thinner molds in practice are harder to actually operate. Like a rod is harder to mold than an ingot, probably because it's so thin. You need a more dedicated machine to make sure it actually like fits the whole thing through. You don't get like hole or a bubble in the middle, or it snaps in half or something. There's just a lot of problems. Might as well just make a machine that takes its ductility, malleability, and makes it good elsewhere. Okay, put that in, and then all we need now are the bolts, which I already have. Go forth. Meanwhile, we should have another bit of soldering alloy we can fluid extract. I'll do the low voltage. No brownouts here. Very good, very, very good. Odd that I never had to make a medium voltage circuit assembler. Just sort of skipped over it. Is there anything a medium voltage circuit assembler can do? Wait. Oh, oops, I did advanced too. Okay, there is medium voltage exclusive recipes. They're just extreme. Go for the... Okay, all the ones that say overclock are low voltage ones we could have just made anyway. And there are a lot. Here we go, the new stuff. Integrated processor. Integrated processor. Microprocessor. Okay. Okay, so the medium voltage circuit assembler requires clean room for the most part. Unless you're doing something like open computers memory. Okay, so weird intermission to do open computers stuff. And then, yeah, it's like advanced clean room stuff. And then more open computer stuff. Great. I am interested in open computers. I would like to see just how far we can push that. Maybe we can program a thing. Would be cool. Good integrated circuits. Here they are. Good. Good. Oh, we get a free low voltage one as well. We're here. The final step. Okay, you want me to make more ilk, do ya? Well, that's just fine. Circuit assembler low voltage, as always. The remaining parts are pretty simple. The good ilk. Thank you for that. Okay, so laser engraver needs to go back on deck. I believe it was the ruby for this. Take your that. You are empty. Take your this. Slap you here. One ruby lens, please. I did not know you could do that. Actually, what does that do? What is the purpose of doing that? Oh, wait. I thought of a reason. Maybe in the future, you can... Oh, that's real annoying. Okay, good. Maybe there's a point in the future where you can, like, transfer power with lasers or something. And you can use the lenses to, like, focus the beam. Okay. You there. I'm gonna need a wafer from the wafer supply. Good. Make me some ilk. For the rest of it, prepare it. The rest of the soldering alloy can be picked up, put in the soldering machine, which is the circuit assembler. That's where we solder things together, because that's where we make circuits, and you solder things when making circuits. That's the logic. The game makes sense. We need the cutting machine again. We should really just make a wafer shop. A laser engraver that immediately pipes to a cutting machine to finish the job. Get a little bit of water. Got a little bit of water. Water a little bit has been established. Put that in. It's going to take another minute and a half. We'll make our ilk. Extractor go there. Engraver go here. Centrifuge has been empty for a while. I guess I could get more glowstone for it. It's in our best interest to keep that thing running. Gold is going to become pretty crucial. I think the onset of gold requirements and the... Oh, that's not glowstone. That's gold. The onset of the requirement of gold, the fact that the best way for us to get gold is to extract it from this thing over time. Wrong machine. There we go. Will motivate us to finally get into a bulk farming economy for a lot of the things we do. What's going on? The ilk is ready. Putting the ilk. Putting the ram. Put in... Let's just do it by the quest. 16 transistors. We want annealed copper bolt. That's going to be 4 ingots worth. And 4 ingots of fine electrum. I can tell you right now, we do not have 4 ingots of fine electrum. But an alloy smelter right now will help us get 8. Meanwhile, we deal with the copper bolt. This one's actually tricky. Because we can't do it by fluid extract, fluid solidify, because the copper will lose its annealed status. Instead, we're forced to do it by... Oh, then we're going to need 8. We need to lathe it to rods and then cut it to bolts. We cannot compromise on this. There's no other way around. It has to be this way. There's a cutting machine still set up. That's a clever way of making it harder to make the higher level thing. For the tin, we could low voltage fluid extract solidify it into the bolts. For the silver, we had to use medium voltage. But for the copper, we have to use a different method. That's clever. Is there a different way to make annealed copper bolts that I just don't know? The extruder! This is how they make the extruder a necessary and important helpful part of the factory. Because annealed, like heat-tempered stuff, can't go through the fluid loop. Genius game design. I am inconvenienced by this, but I respect the plan. And in that case, it might be worthwhile for me to go and make extruder molds for pipes as well. Just if I'm forced to have an extruder line, then I may as well have an extruder line for pipes as well. I know we could do it through fluid extraction solidification, but pipes are something that uniquely you need a lot of, because there's something you place down and have to go big old distances to connect everything together. So a separate line for that of extrusion might just be simple and more straightforward. Maybe not for polyethylene, because it starts as a liquid, but yeah, the possibilities are there. One more 10 seconds or so. Oh. It stays annealed. Wasn't expecting that. Well, either way, cutting machine, you ready? Boltma. Meanwhile, this copper dust, I guess I can just smelt. How's the logs? 3 more stacks remaining. That's pretty good for me only restocking it like once a long time ago. The EBF has been off for quite a while. I don't have a task for it. I should get a task for it. Maybe I need more aluminum. Gypsum Fuller's Earth, Bodamine. What is soda like doing here? That goes in there. When do we get to make steel ingots directly from the EBF? The answer is extreme voltage, so tier 4 power level. But it also requires carbon, which we can get. We have plenty of. And it makes 4 steel in 12.5 seconds. With some chance for ashes. Steel converts over easily. I guess if we just have a supply of oxygen, we can do this. And just accept that we're doing this. And go straight from iron dust. We could go wrought iron as a side on, but it has to be dust specifically. You can't ingot it. Arc furnace can make steel, but only via recycling stuff from space. I imagine an infernal blast furnace would make steel fast. Or at least I like to hope it would. Anyway, I think we stalled for process enough. I think we should be ready. The bolts are prepared. The electrum has been smelted and must now become fine wire, something that should not take any meaningful amount of time. Look at that. It's going to be 20 seconds. 4 of them are already over. Well, it's doing. We shall leisurely make our way over here, put the annealed copper bolts inside the machine, leisurely make our way back over to the wire mill. Those out, put that back to 1 because I think we're done making wire milled stuff for the time being. Put that in, and this shall make for us our very first high voltage electronic circuit known as the advanced circuit. All right. That's cool. It's like the low voltage circuit, but slightly bluer. That's just how advanced it is. Ooh. Well, it's 4. We're making 4. But this is basically it. Alright. I think high voltage is also blocked behind molten plastic as a quest. We've been working with polyethylene for a long time now. We just never got 41 polyethylene sheets in our inventory. So let's get 41 polyethylene sheets in our inventory real quick. That should not be a problem at all. All we will need is 1 basic fluid solidifier with the sheet mold installed. Like so. There's 20. We need another batch of 20. And then finally a batch of 1. There. I don't know why I wanted exactly 21, but we're giving it exactly 21. Don't have a need for it, fluid extract it back down into molten polyethylene and then use it for any type of construction. This will finally unlock the Iron 3 Chloride quest, which is something we've already created, I guess. Which will then unlock the Empty Plastic Board quest, which is something we can make. I guess this dichotomy is depending on what kind of chemical processing you prefer to do. Oh wow, we don't even have the molten polyethylene quest. Oops. And we don't have that quest because we don't have 41 empty cells, period. Gotcha. 32, 33, 34. We could make room. Temporarily. Just pick it all up, put it back down somewhere. But we can't even do that quest because we don't have the oxygen quest. We have the molten plastic quest, and now we have... Oh, we have extra? Huh. And now we have the advanced circuits. And with this, we officially prove our worth and enter high voltage. This is great. We can now do high voltage stuff, theoretically. Oh, immediately. I see. It wants a machine hull. Well, guess what, buddy? I baked one earlier to save time. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ain't this beautiful. They've really optimized things for high voltage. Like, all the you're gonna hate this quests are now one quest. But this, nearly officially, is new territory. I've dipped my... I've gotten this quest literally before in the previous season. But we're going to be going beyond. We're going to actually do high voltage stuff. Now we're going to have to do clean room stuff. Energetic alloy. That's a new alloy. It is made out of energetic alloy dust, which is a mixture of conductive iron, gold, and black steel. Or the individual components of that. So we're going to have to do a lot of material operations for that. But it also seems to be sort of an Ender IO branch. So maybe we don't have to worry too hard about that. What is going on here? Energy hatch. For the next upgrade to the EBF, that's very exciting. I'm just staring at what we have to look forward to. The phosphorus doped monocrystalline silicon. More advanced wafers need phosphorus doped monocrystalline silicon. Takes a while, make sure you have stable power. You get more wafers and thus more chips out of higher tier boules. Still need to make the lower tier ones sometimes, though. This requires phosphorus, which I get from phosphate. Yeah, I get it from phosphate. But phosphate I can get from apatite or tricalcium phosphate. Phosphate is located nowhere. Never mind, you can space mine it. Okay. I don't think we're there yet. Phosphorus itself can be made from phosphate, and phosphate can be acquired from phosphate ore, which we can't get. Apatite ore, which is found on Io. Or try calcium ore, which is found on the overworld in apatite veins. Have I found an apatite vein? No. But then again, I haven't been looking for one. So, potential. Probably about as common as Mika. Meanwhile, I got a plan for dealing with all the stuff in my inventory right now. First off, I'm going to just dump a few more of the random stuff we have in the backpack for a second. Just get more room. Second, I'm going to get the molten polyethylene quest. In order to do that, I'm going to need oxygen first. Never mind. Maybe never mind. So, now what, though? We are in high voltage, we have that. And advanced circuit assembler, mixing is important. Many centrifuge recipes are slow, you better upgrade your machines. There are many interesting things you can centrifuge outside your normal ore processing or methane production. Glowstone, redstone, soul sand, lava, ashes, planet dust, compressed air, etc. Make sure to look around a bit. That drawer controller. Polarizer 2. You don't need them this tier, but for EV motors, you're going to need magnetic neodymium rods. So make sure you make this before you start EV, okay? You're going to hate this 1 through 4 to get high voltage cutting machine, which goes that way. High voltage chemical reactor, which lets me make synthetic rubber. Teflon. Chloroform. Polytetrafluoroethylene. And a biolab. Polystyrene. Styrene butadiene rubber. That's like new rubber, I remember that. Versus ammonia, nitric dioxide, nitric acid, tetranitromethane, nitro, aka cetane boosted. Meanwhile, over here, we have the dimensional goal of the moon. I would like to go to the moon, please. High voltage is about getting to the moon. You can get titanium, used to make EV, and applied energistics 2 machines. It's a long and involved task, though, so head on over to the Space Race tab for more info. You need IV circuits and the HV assembler to start the tab, though. If you're doing the no rocket run, hold a stack of titanium ingots to proceed. Same thing for tungsten steel when you get to EV. So there is a way to do a no rocket run then. And this is saying, hey, you can go beyond this point once you have gone to the moon and got some moon turf. High voltage assembler. You know what this does. It assembles. And I do want one of those immediately so I can make those dang mufflers. I guess. Fluid heater. Fluid heater? You'll need a fluid heater for some chemical processes for the best prize. But also right now to make NAC cooler. To proceed, you will need either an MV or an HV fluid heater. Make one of them. The HV one can be used later to better process bauxite after you have been to the moon. Okay. Okay, but I do want to sort of... I think the way to establish ourselves in high voltage effectively is to make the circuit production as easy as possible. And that means that priority number 1 is doing clean room CPU stuff. The first 4-circuit line. This one doesn't really have a consistent naming scheme unlike the later ones, but it still works the same way. Aside from the fact that you get your first EV and IV circuits from it, all the rest only have 1 new tier circuit. Because of this, you'll need to make 2 new CAs to finish it. Circuit assemblers, I guess. Integrated processor is a medium voltage device made out of a CPU, which is laser engraved with diamond or glass. I'm using glass. Fine red alloy wire, which is unfortunate. Resistors, capacitors, transistors, and the plastic circuit board with molten soldering alloy, let's say. Ooh, a sook. Which is something I can't do. But yeah, business as normal, except... Look at this. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? No diodes. No diodes. Now, granted, we still need to make a boule, which is gallium arsenide, but it's just one. It's just one. A boule will give us 8. And the rest of this... Well, let's check the capacitor real quick. That's just aluminum. That's just a little tiny bit of aluminum. Yeah, this is priority number 1 for high voltage. Very, very good. Okay, so... we do that. But we also get microprocessor. The highest tier version of the low voltage circuit, getting you 2 per recipe. In addition to what's listed, you'll need 2 resistors, transistors, and capacitors, SMD or non-SMD. This advanced circuit type needs a clean room. But the microprocessor is very compelling because, you know, similar aluminum, solar grade silicon, SMD resistor stuff. It's a similar recipe, except it's fine copper wire instead of fine red alloy, which is actually a very convenient swap. It means that if we make a circuit factory, low voltage will simply be... dedicated low voltage will be just simply fine copper wire it. But then everything else, all these other 5 things, are just as good for the medium voltage line of integrated processor. We just make red alloy instead. So we want that. I want it. And it's going to need a clean room to do. So let's check the clean room. That's probably a multi-block goal, yeah? We're going to need to make the high voltage machines to do clean room stuff. But clean room controller is... one thing: item filters, stainless steel rotors, machine hull, motors. Plasticrete blocks is simply polyethylene. Oh. Wet concrete. How do we make wet concrete? Well, it seems like what it wants from us is clay, stone, calcite, and quartz sand to make a awkward amount of wet concrete. We could also ferment not wet concrete, which you make out of construction foam in a fermenter, and then ferment it again. Okay. A bacterial vat. I'm gonna go with the fermenter on this. Construction foam is fermented... Oh, wait, no, this is cyclical. Darn it. Wet concrete is made out of concrete, which is made out of construction foam, which is made out of concrete. Okay, so it's all concrete. It's all concrete. And concrete is this. Okay, clay we can get annoyingly. Stone we can get annoyingly. Calcite we can get annoyingly. Quartz sand is just sand, really. I think. Nope, it's... What the heck? No, it is sand. Macerate sand, we get quartz sand. Okay. Diode quest updated. I'm no longer AFK, in case you were wondering. I was just sitting there for a long time. That is my bad. Okay. We've made it to high voltage, and suddenly feels like all of reality has stopped. Reinforced glass, carbon plate. We can't proceed any further into high voltage right now. We could do this quest. Technically. But why? Our next goal is twofold. We want the medium voltage circuit assembler, which requires high voltage... Oh, hold on. Does this take a circuit? It takes a medium circuit. These take a medium circuit. These take a high circuit. So 2 high voltage circuits there. The clean room... is this one, is 1. So by my count, that's 3 high voltage circuits so far. This filter is just some steel bars and such. Carbon plate's going to require autoclave technology. Maintenance, energy hatch, machine hull, cable, diode, 4 amp medium voltage. Reinforced door. These are optional. These are methods of entry. Right, the elevator. We had elevators in the past. I didn't make elevators this time. Probably because I didn't have a secret underground base like this one. So many things going on. This is overwhelming. Well, we've barreled ahead. We're in high voltage now. I think we need to stop going to high voltage and step back to not so high voltage. Do some inventory management while we're thinking about sorting. Let's sort and let's talk. It is clear to me that we've built tall. We've gotten our technology all the way to high voltage, but the infrastructure behind it, I don't feel is enough to sustain our momentum. We can't, in good conscience, go any further. What we need to do now is improve our technological scaffolding. We need to make a bigger, better, more robust, faster, stronger factory. And we need to do it in mostly low and medium voltage. But this opens a pretty awkward question, and that is, how do we design it? It's no longer a simple matter of slapping down machines and being like, hey, it works. We need to be deliberate. We need to be careful. We need to be decisive. The first thing I choose to do is make another iron chest. Iron chest's purpose... I will make 2. The purpose of the iron chest that I'm going to make, and the second one that I'm just going to have, is to hold all of our circuit and technology stuff. We need to make dedicated zones for dedicated things. And we're going to do circuit stuff. We may as well do circuit stuff in the right place. The speed of our factory is also becoming more relevant. A lot of the time that we're doing things is spent waiting for the rest of the factory to build something, to bend the pile of things, to lathe the rods, to cool the ingots. So there's a desire for just everything to work a little quicker, so that we just call for it, it's done. That level of speed is perhaps unrealistic, but we can do better than what we're doing now. Parallelization. Not the Greg Tech parallels, but just multiple machines crafting the same thing separately, but at the same time. Which one of these is my circuit chest? Here we go. There's also dedicated... Okay. I envision two types of dedicated machines of the factory. Two classifications. One is the farm, and one is the line. The farm is dedicated to making a resource. Whether that resource is the literal resource being farmed, or it's being processed in a dedicated line attached to the farm to make some material, it starts with it making and receiving its own resources. Example of the farm includes the sandwich factory. That would be an automated, with resources, no input, only output factory. And then there's the line. An example of the line would be the circuit coder we have now. We input a pre-existing supply of rubber dust, sulfur dust, and cable, or a mold, and we get whatever output we desired. Another example would be the thing that makes solar-grade silicon, and things like that. I think we need to make a list of farms and lines that we want to make. And then we just dedicate some time to making them. Farms always feel like they're a higher priority because making them gives you infinite stuff. But sometimes a line is just really convenient. I don't know. But we can make that list, and I will make that list. Time being, though, start on this chest. So, circuit here. This is an integrated circuit. Let's leave space for the vacuum tube. This is an advanced circuit from the same line. Materials we use to make circuits mostly include things like resistors, diodes, and that such. Do we have any spare around? Surprisingly, no. Yes, a little bit. Yes, more. Circuit boards. Phenolic circuit boards. And then maybe the wafer. The final product wafer stuff, definitely. Maybe not the wafer itself. Got some transistors, some diodes. We're entering a future without diodes, and I'm happy about that. We got the boards. There's vacuum tube. Everything in here I want to remove temporarily. And I'm doing it because I want to upgrade this chest to be our high voltage one. Here's some board, here's that board. We got some quartz sand sitting around. I suppose this chest had some side purposes. Ooh. I don't think I want to do all the line and farm planning on stream. My big plan for the Pyrolysis Oven in Season 1 was something I just charted out off stream. Every step of the process, every input, every output. And then it just worked. I think I want to do that again. For some of the lines. But if you want to recommend lines, processes that you think, hey, don't miss out on this, I'll take them. Just casually on off-stream hours. Right now I'm just doing some inventory management. I'm splitting reality into two categories. One is the circuits and one is the doohickeys. The motor type stuff. Well, that was easy. I don't remember why I made this double aluminum plate. Was I up to something? I was maybe oh, I think I was trying to make an aluminum tank, but then I realized we needed a medium voltage assembler, which we have now. I could finally make it. But I think I'd prefer making a Greg Tech tank at this point. Well, we can cheese wood pulp away into here, but wood plank is technically a critical circuit component. Phenolic circuit boards are also made with wood pulp. So I guess I should keep them around. So wood plank, pow pow. Wood pulp. Then some extra wood pulp. But eventually, once we get clean room tech and a medium voltage circuit assembler, this will all be obsoleted by iron 3 chloride based plastic coated board thing. And we'll be good there. Got a lot of fine copper wire. Perhaps overbuilt. And I can correct. I'm gonna uncraft a few things right now, if that's alright. But yes, I'm fine with this. I will do that scheming. I will do that designing. But I will do that off stream. And I guess I can end now. I started the stream late. It's only been about 4.5 hours, which is still more than I'm supposed to be doing. But we are approaching an on the hour mark just in terms of a regular clock. So I think that's a fine partition. So I will go now. Shorter Greg stream, but with great profound effects. We're now technically in high voltage, and we've got Cooper nickel coils replaced with Canthal coils now, so power is more powerful, energy is more energetic, things are thinger. They're the most thing they've ever thong. And now we will go beyond. I think this means that starting next stream, I can stop the use of just arbitrary walls for my thumbnails, because now I can go with, you know, new stuff. Now that it's new, I'm breaking through the wall. That's the metaphor I was thinking about doing. Look forward to that. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.